All right. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again to continue our playthrough of Final Fantasy 16. Last time on Insanity, we lost Cid, we fought Ultima, or we met Ultima, fought Typhon, met Joshua, but not really. There was a 5-year time skip. All of our friends were murdered, but like only one of them was murdered. Maybe 2 or 3. Most of them survived. We now live on a lake in a cool airboat, a beached airship. But we are back. We are now Cid. We are going by Cid the Outlaw. A lot happened. A lot's been going on. I've done a little off-stream play, just getting used to the new abilities. Nothing huge. Was mainly exploring this area. I never went back to Oribel Downs or Lost Wing. But we are back on track. Will of the Wikes, Heat Wave. We're building up to get Flames of Rebirth. That is our current thing that we are training for. So now let us... we are ready to get back into this. I'm very curious to see what's become of Eastpool and Martha's Rest since the 5-year time skip. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Oh, no, it was always there. Oh, wow. Hold on. Yeah, that's a Rosalith. Okay, that was always there. For a second, I thought that might be new. Oh, wow. It's a little, grayer than I remember. I really liked the Three Reeds area. I thought it was a beautiful field.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
Stay down. All right. Also, as we are getting started, let me just say, if you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you're following. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. You guys know the deal. 5 things of Pitcher Wax. Good.
I can't imagine Herbalist needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Good job, boy. Attack can cause those explosions. All right, let's. Not getting a lot of experience or ability points for fighting these guys, so let's just go check out the rest. Yeah, everything is looking kind of miserable, say. Nothing great or noticeable, okay. Getting a lot of briar clamshells. Haven't really gotten a lot of those in the past. To be fair, I didn't do a lot of grinding in this area now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not seeing a lot of adamantoids or the bighorns. This is where I ran into the chocobo merchant last time. We had a cart full of Geisel greens. Run into some racist guards right here. Chocobo merchant.
You're finished. Ogle, kill.
Cool.
I've heard Torgal.
Good. Yeah, this place isn't looking great.
Soldiers from the garrison just stormed in unannounced and started smashing up the place.
Oh, we're finally gonna deal with Mother Dearest? Hey, what's up? How you doing, Diggs? Alright, let's back. Nothing back down that way, okay. Just playing some FF16.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Fucking Imperials. If they hurt Martha, they'll have the old rest to answer to.
There are people over here that were bad talking Brandon.
What
Let's
was all
see.
the screaming and shouting, Mummy?
I told you to stay inside.
Is that the woman who was complaining that one of her sons was branded? Ugh. That tone is kind of eerie,
I'm sorry, Sid. You were too late. The Imperials have already left.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison might still be nearby.
Wasn't Brennan the guy who I did a quest from last time?
I'll bump into them again.
Right, one of his friends betrayed, or it turned out to be a bear, so he acted like it was a huge
Killed
betrayal.
my bearer. I demand recompense.
Anything catch your eye?
I'll buy
There you
music.
go. Thanks very much. There you go. Much obliged.
Sell 9
Fair
Gilbug.
trade.
Sell 5 Goblin coins.
I wanted one of those.
Oh, Black Bloods are just for Gil. And they're just valuable, they can be traded? Yeah, I'll trade 55 Black
Is
Blood.
that everything? Very well.
Oi, look sharp.
Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid.
We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
They break the elevator, or do they just knock down a bunch of stuff?
Are any of you hurt?
No, they didn't come this way. Think I found her.
I also don't see Bernard, the carpenter who we rescued. Alright, let's head on in. Man, shit has gotten dire in the past 5 years.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
I have been there
Be
before.
Sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good.
Gotcha.
Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Dark clouds gather. Let's check in.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling.
What in the world is
Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Yep.
Lads from the garrison all poured in, sword swinging, and took Martha away with them.
This culling business. You don't think the Empire means to rid the land of bearers, do you?
Hopefully it's all been
called
cleared.
themselves our countrymen. Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid.
Hey, you picked all that up. Thank you, good sir. Oh dear God. This is bad, 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 bad.
If those Orsons touch an arrow on Martha's head, I'll kill them all myself.
Good job. Come on, Sid, move, I'm calling him, even I'm calling him Sid now. Clive, move a little bit faster.
Look. Up ahead. Martha,
That's Bertha.
are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The who?
The Black Shields.
The bastards caught wind.
A unit drawn from those of fighting age or martial training among the residents of the Hideaway who conduct operation to liberate bears from slavery. Beginning as a loose collection of like-minded individuals in Sid's Hideaway. Cole, second in command of the Cursebreakers, who assist with the coordination of the troops' bear liberating activities under the supervision of his captain, Doris. Formerly a slave soldier of the Fist of the Republic.
But and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha.
Yeah, hopefully we can save the Abbot
think
too.
you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other Cursebreakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they ought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Farewell.
All right. Again, I feel like it's a gross perversion of kind of like the Duchess taking a jab at Elwyn. Like, oh yeah, you said these were your shields? Well, these are my shields, and they're going to destroy everything that you held dear. I'm seeing corpses.
Are we too late?
Yeah.
There might still be someone inside.
There's the Abbot. No, that's a... Is that a bear?
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
Let's murder these people.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
I'm gonna murder you.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Those were the words of the Shields of Rosaria.
Won't take long.
How dare you use our words? The words of the Rosarian shields. Ah.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
What is that in the bottom? This. Right? That's experience. That's ability points. That's Gil. I've seen that. What am I doing?
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Oh, he's up to Snowcloak now. Up another pedigree. That's the assistant to the abbot.
The abbot.
I guess that is the abbot. Him right there in the middle, yep.
The bearers died protecting him. Calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
And
Clive.
turn them to dust.
He's breathing.
It's half stone. Oh my god.
Friends of Martha.
Half his head. Ugh.
We're here to help.
Half of his dome is turned into stone.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cuttings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
A Knight of Orders instituted by Empress Annabella. I knew it. In one of her first acts as Vicereine of the newly established Imperial Province of Rosaria, they are tasked with purging the impurities from the province, which in practice primarily involves slaying bears upon the slightest pretext.
I shall.
Sid! Where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive,
No, we didn't.
he's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest, but the bearers, they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting.
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole.
It's literally their ashes. That's rough. Release. Getting 5 of those.
The fork to the drawbridge is back the way we came. It's...
The Imperials of old would never have stooped so low as to defile a house of Griga, nor slaughter a man of faith in cold blood.
Man, that's a real just bummer. Is that an Agamemnon? Yeah. Araman, rank C. 5 that bounty, 5,000, and 10 of those things. Araman. Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter a creature larger, faster, more ferocious than most. While fight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks... Well, flight is always an option. Defeating the notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but rare materials.
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball. Too slow.
Okay, just game over. Okay. That was...
Try not to move.
That was intense. I gotta go down that way.
I know.
Thanks for heeding the call.
And they called themselves our countrymen.
So Doom, it's Doom. It's just an instant kill. Maybe I just gotta get out of the range of it.
Thank you, Founder.
Come on. Run. There you go.
There's no turning back.
Almost there. Yes, stagger. Dope. Thank God. Notorious Mark slain. So that's I'm guessing that thing on the bottom is reputation. Alright, experience, ability, gil, reputation.
You didn't see that coming. That must be the bridge.
Lay their remains.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve.
I'd hang him from a bridge somewhere.
We should go back.
No.
Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
I'd throw him to the marshes and leave him for the beasts.
Don't let them surround you. Make it look easy.
Cool.
Thank you, Founder. Thank you.
For returning Martha alive. Thank you, Founder.
I'm glad Martha's safe. Both for her sake and the town's. This place wouldn't be the same without her.
Thanks for heeding the call. If only we'd got here sooner. We'll do what we can to help the injured, though.
We've been speaking with the Blood Axes about how best to protect the village. We won't let this happen again.
Cool. Yeah, no, we need to, like...
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our instructions.
It all happened so fast. They were attacking everyone.
Bastards.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else would be out cold after what she's been through. It's not fair, Sid. Death shouldn't be the only choice. The only way to be free of all this.
And nowhere safe no more.
No one survived then.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
It definitely was not. It's our mom's fault. And I think it's time we... Oh my god.
You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all?
We know who's
My
behind
mother
this.
obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse-breakers.
Well, we'll leave Cole and his men here for now to help. +5, I'm guessing reputation. And a black blood.
Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain.
Hold on. Renown. Okay, so FF16, what is renown? Renown is an exciting new mechanic that allows players to earn reputation by performing good deeds. Accumulating renown unlocks the opportunity to exchange it for items at the Patron's Whisper. It's not simply a currency, but a goal that gives you unique rewards. Notorious marks. Cool. Then the rewards get better and better the more renown you unlock.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we finish now.
We're best off staying where we are.
Try not to move.
Oi! You there! Don't just pass me by.
What's up, Rowan?
You handy with that sword of yours? Of course you are. But now, question is, are you willing to use it?
Chocobos.
You heard me right. Wild birds, and not just any choc. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travelers round these parts
Whiteheart?
from bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandit.
It's true. Why, they saved me from it. Oh, go on then.
The White-Winged Wonder. I mean, like...
There's a...
Where can I find?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving them. You saved Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? And don't worry, you'll know her when you...
I'm sure.
And good luck to you.
I have a feeling I might know who this white-winged wonder is.
Whiteheart is the pride of Rosaria.
I really hope this white... Because I know of a white chocobo.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
A white feather.
I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be Ambrosia.
You're brave, but looks like they went that way.
It's over.
Good.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Cool. Blackblood? Okay, now that I know that, I might be grinding these guys off stream and harvesting their black blood, knowing that it sells for so much. I thought I saw corpses over here. I did. I think that's Ambrosia.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why Why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
I'll bring it on.
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
All yours, Torgal.
Good. Oh, I tried to dodge that one.
boy. Well done, Torgal.
Good.
To me, boy. Let's try. I'm hurt, Torgal.
There you go. Okay. We should be close to getting the wings of, whatever. Oh, his eyes messed up. It is Ambrosia.
White Heart, I presume. Ah, boy. That scar. It couldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Ambrosia. It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
I got to reunite with an old friend.
Well, I'll be. And never stop to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount.
Haven't seen him in 18
No,
years.
I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum.
Well...
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to prop.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back. Told you. And it seems our pals agree.
Is that it?
It could make traveling a lot easier.
Bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing... Oh, stay.
Get a chocobo saddle or some Geisel greens. Can Ambrosia fight alongside me? Oh, yep. It's got a chocobo eye patch! Oh, that's so badass!
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure?
She does indeed.
Ah, few scraps of leather. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go. Don't you worry. You hear that, White Heart?
The quet is this the cutest.
You seem off. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you?
Oh, it's him.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? How that? And yeah.
It was 5 years ago.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Oh, and they all got mounts too. They all got saddles too. So whoever's traveling with me can ride her pack. Oh, that's cool. I'm at 45 renown. Ambrosia's tack, a spoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia, displayed in Clive's chambers. It's another one of the special items. Chocobo unlocked. I was about to run past that side quest, so that's... After 18 long years, Clive has reunited with his faithful steed.
Good girl.
Cool.
That'll do, girl.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
This lot are yours, I take it. Well, we're very grateful for their help.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's travel to Eastpool and see what's up there. It's been 5 years. I'm hoping they've rebuilt a little bit. No. Doesn't seem like they have.
Damn bandits. You'll regret coming here.
Nothing. Right, is this Eastpool? May the flame burn ever in our hearts. This is where we buried. This is where the bodies were buried. All right, we're returning to the hideaway. First things first, we drop off the stuff we found at the Quirrell Tail Falls. To Obelisk, that's his name. Obelisk. Obelisk the Tormentor. Torment.
Finish with that log,
Well? Find is one.
Picture wax, that was.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. Well, I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the wave.
Argo? So your boat has a name?
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him.
No problem.
Yeah, Sid. How is it I never see you on the ferry? Ah, forget I asked.
You did. I mean, I took the ferry back, and that's how I got here.
Depending on who you ask, this lake was either formed when one of the fallen cities plummeted from the sky, or when a giant worm dug a lair for itself. My guilt is on the latter.
Was it a giant dragon, or was it a falling city? I mean, being that it's covered in fallen ruins, I'm gonna guess it was a falling city. That makes sense.
Gav should be back by now.
On autumn's breath, ill tidings born, an erstwhile. Ah, Clive! How I've missed that scowl.
So there's Otto, Gav,
Where's
and
my
Taria.
report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after
Is that the
Holy
next of the
Three
Drake's?
dead?
Yeah.
And how pissed off all the other nations were
The
that
Crystalline
they didn't
Dominion.
think to do it first.
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals.
Yep.
4 Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
Okay.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
Titan is guarding it.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Iron Blood, yep.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rosfield.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Let's take out Drake's Breath, which is what started this game. The conflict over Drake's Breath between the Iron Blood and Rosaria is what started this. Okay, the hunt board, and those are the letters that Goat had. Otto's counter is now open. New facilities, Alliant reports, the Patron's Whisper. That's the reputation, renown, and the hunt board. All 3 are located in the mess.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
They've returned.
They'll be fine. Sid wouldn't be here if they weren't.
Journey to Hawk's Cry Cliff. Crystalline Impasse, a conflict fought between the Holy Empire of Sombrek and the Republic of Dhalmekia in the year 878, right now, largely concerning control of the Crystalline Dominion. The Dominion had previously been a subject to a non-aggression pact between the Valisthian nations, but in 873, the Empire claimed Twinside for its new capital, an act which evidently spurred the Dalmecs into military action. Younger brother of the late Archduke Elwyn, warden of Port Isolde, thriving trading port, Byron inherited a small fortune from his family, which he built into a large a small fortune he built into a large one by virtue of his mercantile wiles and adventurous spirit. There is not a trading house nor a tap house in Valencia that is beyond that does not have a tale to tell of Lord Byron Rothsfield. The 7 high households. The high noble houses of Old Rosaria, which House Rothsfield is the first and foremost. They have their roots in the ruling dynasties of the small independent nation and were united upon the founding of the duchy. The houses had a prominent voice in ducal politics, but this was silenced when the region fell to the Empire and Empress Annabelle took Rosaria's reigns.
Everyone used to live in the sky. Where did they get their fish?
I am a tinker by trade, but I've always been fascinated with the art of healing.
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive?
Got some new gossip for you, my friend.
Entries, if you would like to see them. You wish to study the tomes?
Ambrosia as Whiteheart. After losing her master, Phoenix Gate, Ambrosia found a new flock and led them in defending honest merchants from beasts and bandits, earning her the love of the locals and the name Whiteheart. Indeed, it was one of the locals' insistence that she be defended in turn that led her to a happy reunion with Clive. That's it. That's the only new person of interest. We got a few notes. Port Isolde. Port situated on the southwestern coast of the Imperial Province, Rosaria. Only Rosalith rivals it for size, and it's in the glory days of Archduke Elwyn's reign, its street bustle with traders from across Valencia. Sadly, these days are long since gone, and Sambreg occupation has seen everything from marketplaces to military institutions subverted to the will of the Empire. One of Valestia's 5 remaining mother crystals, located in the Dalmakian Republic, unlike its sister who just juts from the earth to tower above the landscape, Drake's Fang is completely enclosed within the hollow of an ageless mountain, its citrine fingers reaching inwards to its barrow's heart. Excavation of these crystals has over centuries showered the Dalmecs with substantial fortune, and as such is seen as a symbol of the nation's prosperity. Drake's Spine in the Kingdom of Alud, situated in stone here, its sheer walls striking similar to a towering cliff that lines the coast of Ash. The interior can only be gained by means of a solitary stone span that stretches from the heart of the city proper. Being the last remaining mother crystal on Ash, the crystals harvested from its surface are a vital lifeline for the Waluda people, but even then their number is far from enough to sate the kingdom's appetites, thus forcing her king to seek sources elsewhere. Drake's Tail, the mother crystal in the Crystalline Dominion, one of the 5 remaining in Valisthea. 4 now, and is the largest of her kind, silhouetted by the setting sun. The Northern Territories. The Cullings. We just lived through that. Missives or letters. Ahriman. With their single unblinking eye, these winged horrors ever scan the horizon, seeking the next victims. They use their singular ability to bend the very air around themselves and leap great distances to prey on the unaware. Those few who manage to survive this preliminary assault, however, are soon faced with a second horror, a crippling curse whispered from the lips of an abyssal maw, leaving them with but a few moments to lament their fate.
the door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Everyone used to live in the sky.
Think it's all right to touch him? Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
Saddle and blinders crafted for Cloud's childhood Chocobo Ambrosia. Ever since being separated from Master, the steed has served the people of Zarya and instead protecting the defenseless from the merciless, just as a good shield should. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together it feels like we must suffer another two apart. I'm glad to hear of your unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say Whiteheart. You told me how your Chocobo sacrifices does to protect you that defeating skate, and here so many years later we find she has spent her life doing the exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they? We also have a Stolas.
Back, are ya? What's Sanfordine, dear? That it? Fine.
Chocobo, Chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says Bluebird, flap harder, says Crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
Good job, Jackin. Bahumo, right? Yeah, we lost Bahumo and Martel was her name. They both died.
It's not won't be long now, Martel. Sid, I am.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just
It's good to know there's something of the old hideaway still.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died.
Yeah.
And now the fruit's
So
finally
Martel
ready to
did
eat.
die.
And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty.
Impressive. And well,
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse break. You couldn't take them some, could you?
Sure.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, she always had a soft spot for that lot, see? Here you go. Martel apples there.
And screw Bahamel, who was just obsessed. Martel was the heart of it.
Martel, today's finally...
The fruits of her labors.
Martel would have wanted the curse breakers to be the first to try our apples. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble, Sid. But thanks.
This ton here comes with blackthorn and maple. They're horrendous.
It's cool that we get to see a continuation of quests, because we rescued Martel in the first part of this game. I think it was like in my second or third stream, we did a quest to rescue Martel and go...
Did you come through the forge today?
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
You're not wrong.
Your uncle always seemed a kindly soul, if a little eccentric.
If you're worried about our supplies, we've plenty. Karen's seen to that. Though we're always one missed shipment away from disaster.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Spread them around.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait,
These aren't those apples, are they? She'd have been proud, and rightly so.
Cool. You know what? Hold on one sec.
Them old apples were enough to curdle your gut. But these beauties are as sweet as you like.
I'll have to pay the boys down in the backyard a visit to tell them thanks.
There we go. Now I can eat along with the game.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Mm-hmm.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they?
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all our harm.
I love the view of the floating gardens. It looks really cool.
Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run...
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Can't remember the last time I had fresh fruit. Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Them old apples were enough to curdle your gut. But these beauties are as sweet as you like.
These ones are very... The one I'm eating right now is very sweet.
Pupil. Allow me to educate you.
Here's the latest information I have.
Is there anything new?
One must understand one's place in the world.
The bear cullings spreading out across the region. We're heading to Port Isolde.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Clive, there you are, Kupo. I've been looking all over for you. The matter is this.
It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particular fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later.
Of course not, Kupo. I know that already. Well, I need your help. I am the mightiest of all Moogles. No fiend or the forest or ghoul. Oh, I need you to slay them, Kupo.
Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can.
I'll stay here and keep an eye on the billets that get posted. I'm your Moogle. Tell me about hunts. The Cursebreakers give every billet a rank of riskiness. Kill you in a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch its skin. Tell me about yourself, Nectar. I visited the Great Continent. Because I've never been! Look at these wings. They look like they can carry me across the countless leagues of open sea. Call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid. South of Sorrowwise, Rosaria. A member of the Blood Axe Station at Martha's Rest reported that he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. Flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws black as night and sharp as razors. He fled in terror. But if a battle-hardened Blood Axe cannot cope, the mere sight would help the rest of us have. The Angel of Death. A traitor was made away to Caer Norvin, met with a troop of Cursebreakers, warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward, and the broken hilt in Rosaria. A wild Avish striking size nests adjacent to Eastpool. Oh, everything else is sealed off right now.
How you doing?
How you doing, Gout?
Oh, same old. So, oh.
We'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts. When I found he was gone, I thought that was it for us. And then you took his name and gave us hope.
Quick look.
No available quests. So I'm guessing this is the Patron's Whisper.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donation?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks from transcribing and sorting Stolas reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind, I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Jara back in the old hideaway. I won't complain to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
Shirley's the teacher up top.
words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so will you.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree, the talk of the tea house. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds and daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items that might continue your gallantry, Heartstruck Dowager. Valley Matters, Steel Stilk, 400 ability points!
All yours.
Our order is built on pride. But does that not mean we are too proud to give thanks for its due? Many have failed Martha once, but never again. Blood axes.
Here you are. All done?
Increases the number of shockwaves upon a successful one. So upon a successful block, instead of launching 2 shockwaves, it launches more than 2.
Doesn't sound like any.
That broom's as ragged as goat's locks.
Let's go turn in this quest. Hopefully we get a little bit more. But unless we get 30, it's not going to matter. Because I need 85 for the next renown. Then we will fast travel.
It's not the
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. They were clearly very fond of Marta.
They remembered her. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. When she died, I named a sapling after her.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive.
I didn't do anything.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop.
Of course not. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings.
I think so. $10 renown, so 65. I gotta get to 85 for the next batch. Martel's apples displayed in Clive's chambers. Yes! We got another thing.
Just look at her. Isn't Martel in...
You cannot yet go below the atrium.
Did you come through the forge today?
Alright. I'm just gonna hang out here for a second, guys. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. And I will be right back, and we will continue this story. How does some text? Right. Onward we go. We can't go about and explore? Alright. Onward we go to Hawk's Cry Cliff. And we're heading west along the southern rim of the Rosaria towards Port Isolde.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day.
To the Iron Islands?
Return to Ironhome.
Yep.
For what?
To liberate the rest of the Rosarians.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the
Okay.
end.
So we're going along here. Looks like there's a small town at the base of the Finger Lakes. Bloodlines. So let's see, we're here at Hawkscry Cliff, okay. There should be a small town right here. That might be the Three Reeds, though. I'm not positive. There should be a small town right here, according to this map. Town right here is Martha's Rest. Town right here is Eastfall. Then the Phoenix Gate is up here. Rosalith is right here. Port is over here. So there should be a city here and a city here. So we might pass two towns on the way to... There's a town right here. There. Right there. There. Right here and right there. Like, there's a lot of towns in this area.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Okay, yeah, there are two ports, or two cities between the port. Okay.
It's over.
Cool.
All yours, Torgal. Now, Torgal. Torgal, kill. Help me, boy. Too slow.
Good.
Fire and flame!
Good. Leveled up. Get Dragon's Talon, please. Oh, you can jump! Oh my god, that's so cute!
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing, we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all.
Of course, your lord.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this...
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
Excuse me, but what was all that about?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There've been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen.
Good.
They even say a Black Shield was murdered.
Good.
The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire want.
Don't they, Chuck?
Keep your ears open, eh? You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions?
100? I heard it were 1,000.
We're going hunting for outlaws. How do you like that, boy?
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to. There was a time my husband might have...
The mayor's wife.
Two more left to join the garrison this very morning.
At this rate, there'll be none left to help with the harvest.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
Run along now, before one of the boys starts thinking you're something you're not.
I told you to stay in the house. Go on.
You seen him, didn't you? I'm sorry. The Black Shield. At least I think there was a Black Shield. Was this the first time they visited the village? What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring Firebrand. If only we were. I might have turned him in and become...
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Firebrands?
Greetings, friend.
I know that.
We couldn't help noticing.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village. You are to leave
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what, but the Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. Some might call it submission. But if it was this village, will not become another Eastport.
Then we... These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answer.
Okay, so it ended down there. It didn't go all the way across. There's also a shop here.
Look around you. We cannot afford to lose any more.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed their doors to all.
You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Increase limit break generation amount by 6% when taking damage.
There you are. Fare you well.
Ready, go?
Bum 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 bum.
More of my mother's men. Thanks, Gal.
Dragon over here.
It's over.
Six, 7, 8, 9.
No holding back.
good. Come on, give me a dragon. Not the sharp fangs, no? Okay. There you go. Dope. That's cool. You can like glide just a little bit.
Be safe.
Blood, Clive.
Oh boy.
It's still wet.
You were told to stay in your...
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your... Why then, we owe you up. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge...
Say that again. I'll show you a true strength.
He's curing them. Good. Dope.
tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message.
Mm-hmm.
Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Aldil. Guardians of the Flame.
Audial.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
All right, actually, I'm going to go back to Hawkscry Cliff, hop on Ambrosia.
Good girl.
Faster!
Run down to the town.
You deserve a rest.
Go to the other side of the town, and then explore that half. I kind of wish I could collect every Black Shield helmet and just trail them behind me in a giant cacophonous melange of decapitated justice.
Come on.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 na 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 dun 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 dun.
Straight home now.
Lost Plume. That's a fallen.
Ever since the Apocryphy, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waiting there? The Mother Crystal's drowned.
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Okay, backtrack. So more and more creatures of the Fallen are wandering about.
It's over. Waken wins!
that a chest? The Bull's Horn Braid.
Enough of you, are there?
Let me see this. Flames of Rebirth. Okay, that's insane. It has a long recharge time that is looking at it.
Help me, boy.
Okay, now we're coming across the final area. I'd say it was worth it. Worth the retracing the steps. Good. Okay, then we crossed, found the blood. Odd heal. Good. Oh, this connects to Sorrowwise and Martha's... Okay. Oh. Dope. I don't know what's over here. It's not really showing anything on the map between those two regions. Ember right there, so this is Odd Hill right here.
Find something, boy. Death.
Oh, found her.
Holy... The Vice Regency. The Duchess of Rosaria, one of her first acts was to institute the new Order of Knights, the Black Shields, to maintain order. Holy...
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone...
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
Can we drop this? Have a shortcut to Sorrowwise? No? Everyone cut down in the streets. Holy cow. So all the citizens were just cut down in the streets, all the bears were strung up. God damn.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
How am I doing? 637. Let's upgrade pile drive. Give it a bigger area. So that over there is Rosalith, right? Yeah, right across the bridge is... That's the Abbey. Okay. That's Martha's Rest right there. Cool, cool, cool. Getting a good feel for the land.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
Yeah, it's bad.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hatch, no. You didn't hear nothing.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our homes.
In honor of the 205th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria.
How am I to sell my wares? Like surviving as another capital.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
I'm hungry.
The Empire would have us live in the Deadlands. You find no succor to the South Travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
Well, this sucks. Come on, let's just go Ifrit and go murder our mom. Oh yeah, it's a big area of effect now. Those are all crabs? Those are hidden crabs. Okay, this doesn't seem like the worst place to grind up, actually. The Quiet Sands.
Someone's brave.
So that's gotta be Port Isolde. Or that's the gate outside Port Isolde. Okay. Oh. So that's Hawk's Cry Cliff where Ember is. That up there is... So that's whatever town I'm about to go to right now, right here. And then I go to the end. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better. We should start with the main gate and see where that gets us.
Boom.
Must.
Sure, oh, there's a treasure box right there.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Let us pass! My children are starving! Have mercy!
Nice for the dogs they are. You can't ignore us forever.
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep.
Better out there than in here.
Oh, get enough for
Fuck off. Find the chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all. I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties. Cut you down where you stand. Destroy it.
Let's kill them all.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Cut our way through. Cut our way through. Kill, kill, kill. Uh-huh.
I thought we might be able to reason with the guard.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. And Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city.
If you're sure. And the entire place, do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Black light burns.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
We numbered 6 when we left our village. 2 died on the road.
Half the guards at that gate are Rosarian. They've sold their souls for the promise of a warm bed. Where are our crystals?
Please. We're so cold.
Nothing. I really want one of those moments, like that booyah, we are fighting back, we are rising up, we are cutting through an army moments. Oh, it's just unlocked? Oh, right. The Lazarus District.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Not.
I mean, why would you... Look at us, we're clearly main characters.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
Wait a second! Yes! Wade!
Phoenix.
Sir Wade!
I was there when you died.
Sir Wade!
Forgive me, my lord.
Yes!
I knew not whom I addressed.
Wade!
To fear from us.
Wade survived! Oh, hold up. Lazarus District, an exclusive walled residential area situated just outside the eastern edge of Port Isolde, was once the jewel of the city's crown, home to many of the nobles of the duchy. After the Empire moved its capital to the Crystalline Domain, Port Isolde was all but abandoned, and the once grand district was soon overrun with thieves and cutthroats.
Founder, it really is you.
It is. Sir Wade.
Been 18 years.
We can speak inside.
I probably didn't kill your men. Probably.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after.
The Flame Brand.
Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
Yeah.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir,
what?
Her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we. Make ready.
Hey. We got them. We got these boys. We got it.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
We will fight alongside you.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
What happens to Sir Tyler?
I was hoping you'd say that.
We know Tyler was healed by Joshua.
Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
We beat the crap out of their men. Sorry about that, guys.
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
We'll show them as much mercy as they did our sisters and brothers in Old Hill.
You are welcome to what little we have managed to salvage.
Desert Rose. Found in the deserts of Dhalmekia. I'll buy a few in case I need them for crafting.
As you wish, my lord. I'm sure that it will prove useful. May it serve the cause well. I will be here should you need aught else.
Tell us then, Sir Wade.
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hill. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units.
How small is that?
Small enough. Now that I have you and Lady Jill for company.
But until we arrived, that was your plan.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very curious what happened to Sir Tyler.
Very good.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace, putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Tasked with purging. Saw that already. The Guardians of the Flame, a clandestine group of ducal loyalists who led the rebellion against the imperial occupation of Rosaria and Empress Annabella. Many of their numbers are drawn from those who survived the imperial attack on Phoenix Gate in the year 860, who know full well the Empire's involvement in the Duchy's fall. They make their home in the abandoned Lazarus district outside Port Isolde, from where they conduct their raids to free bears from the imperial yoke. The loyal Shield of Rosaria, though he was thought to have died during the attack at Phoenix Gate, he somehow survived not only a disaster, but the imperial conquest that followed. He and the other like-minded shields took up residence in the abandoned Lazarus and formed the Guardians of the Flame, brothers in arms who fight for the restoration. Very curious what happened to Tyler. If Tyler's like serving them or something, I would lose my mind. Because he was saved by Joshua. Wait a second, hold up. Guest party member Sir Wade. Yeah, look at him. Hey Wade, how you doing? Bouncing. Let's swap. It's good to have Sir Wade back. I'm going to take a quick bio break, guys, and then we are going to wage war on Mom. Just sounds weird. Okay. Here we go. To Buick Bridge. No man up there.
We'll keep them from the bridge.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village, we tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
He does get his own chocobo, that's cool.
Sideways. How was the Black Shield?
They're all like fleeing the Black Shields.
Come along now.
The bastards are lucky I didn't have my axe.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
The gates are open to Rosalith.
What is it now? I told you.
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shield? Die along with your flesh!
I really like their armor. They're monsters.
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battle for.
More dragons.
aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
You're finished. I'm hurt, Toto.
Good.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our...
I really like this armor.
that this land is in dire need of cleansing.
I think this is my first boss of the stream. Right? Yeah, the last one I fought was the Republican War Panther yesterday. So this is the Knight of the Lasting Dark. I like how all Dragoons have a light-themed title.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him?
Dope. Imperial Link. Many have tendered explanations as to how. Oh, this is part of the dragon armor. We've seen one of these before. It has been used in an upgrade that we've done.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. Perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenish.
And then it will all begin. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. We battled to preserve the flame that was. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home. And we must fight for it. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends a sound strategy, my lord.
Alright, Wade's become kind of badass. Good on you, Wade. I'd rather stay here. I want to keep fighting. That gate's open. We're at 85 renown, though, so our next thing is accessible. Our next renown reward at the Patron's Whisper.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning.
Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which...
Another sigil or seal?
It's the mark of the Guardians.
Yep.
Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
The burned blade.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever any...
So does that confirm Sir Tyler's dead? Yeah, I think it does.
Need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Dope. Port Isolde, the Imperial Province of Rosaria. Rosfield Manor.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance.
War Panther. A stuffed War Panther.
Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Yep.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
What is he doing? Is it like something they did as... Yep.
Cursed.
Byron Rosfield, the younger brother of Archduke Elwyn, warden of Port Isolde. After the duchy was incorporated to the Empire, he stripped himself... And Byron stripped of his titles, he shut himself in his manor. Gladly volunteered every guild to the onerous taxes and tariffs which he was newly burdened, all to avoid drawing the Empire's ire, and to keep attentions away from his support for the Guardian of the Flame.
Infectious flax wench? Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Oh, he's crying.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
always were fond of that scene from The Saint and the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Use the good plates.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive.
Just
the nation
about.
Your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother.
Just checking in.
All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall
He has
have.
2 War Panthers. That's pretty
I've
cool.
a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
I like him.
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle.
He's such a fun guy.
Who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Oh. Jill's in a weird spot. Because I know we're about to go back to Ironhome, who tormented her.
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
I think Jill's very worried about going back.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days.
Drustinus.
Something on your mind?
There's very few cities marked in Ironhome.
When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that Lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could.
That proves you're not a monster,
So
though.
I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms.
That's what we've been fighting for, living on our own terms.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Wait.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it.
Is that a death flag? No, I don't think so.
Let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
So it's going to take several weeks for it to prepare. Okay. Here be monsters.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron King. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Maeve over there's the best thing to happen to the Hideaway since, well, ever. she's got a smile like some...
I didn't take you for a scholar, Eva.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrim. I borrowed it from old Tome. Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all.
If it's my blessing, you're...
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid, but you're made of sterner stuff.
Something tells me...
Fantastic!
So...
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the Gormans of Oriflamme. The only problem is that while the recipe is a beast, no doubt, most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brook.
Does the book say anything?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of
roses. One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something.
Okay.
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid? Because you can't have this one till we've finished.
Apocryphes?
See you, Clive. I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Delivering. Oh, so close.
What subject shall we consider today?
The hideaway is Resident Rugal, from whom Sid found trapped between fallen ruins and brought back to his deadland home. While others hear its words, is not its succession of adorable Koopa-like cries, Clive is able to make sense of them. Learning from the creature professes to be a mighty hero that would see the terrible fiends that plague the realm laid low. Desiree, scribe and secretary, entrusted with keeping all donations. Ever cheerful demeanor. Martel, young bear who assisted Bohumil in his research. Alas, she was gravely wounded during Kupka's attack. Though she was able to escape the wreckage with the sapling that were the fruit of her labor, she succumbed soon after. Martel apples. Rutherford, manservant to Lord Byron, his daily duties. Touch all aspects of running his master's manor. Here. Amber, sleepy settlement nested in the lofty peaks of southern Rosaria. The Old Hill Docks. Voices he discovered the Guardians of the Flame sheltering bears. Hewitt Bridge. Bandit Bay known as the Talons. Torius Marks, the Saint and the Secretary, a beloved Valesthean fable of good Sir Crendel of Camelot, servant of Saint Sybil the Unshod, his battle against the evil warlock Madu, the favorite of young Clyde Russell.
Welcome, Clive.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster. He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you too if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
I always wondered where Torgal was. He's sleeping back there.
It wouldn't be half as bad without all the bloody dust.
Lad from the yard ran up with a basket of Martels just this morning, sweet as honey and crisp as a morning breeze. They were. I told myself I was only gonna have one, but I reckon if no one else listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nigel and his lot know they did a fine job. It was a time you'd catch none but Sid supping on these. What for their foul bite, but for him, it was never about the flavor, but what they represented, our ability to make our own. Sid'd be proud. My Lord Marquess, I ask once again for you to forgive my men for your welcome back at the Lazarus. Certainly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expecting to see at our gates. In the short time since our reunion, you have shown yourself to be a self-same man. I followed to Stillwind those many years ago, a true bearer of your father's legacy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and the others who were lost that night were still with us to see how bright your flame now burns. To you and your cause, I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians. Proud to stand along your side. The Dalmecs and the Imperials are at a standoff. They snarl at each other, fangs bared like the slum curs, but neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they both realizing what a sinking pile of chocobo shit they've stepped in. If I were a man to lay wager, I'd put my copper on this conflict not playing out anytime soon. I'll keep you appraised. That's good. Martel apples, somewhat stunted, somewhat sweet apple, grown from the blighted earth, thanks to the dedication and preservation of one woman, Martel. She was to lose her life from the wound she sustained in Kupka's attack on the hideaway. Her legacy lives on in the sapling she saved. Still nothing new?
A sea voyage this time, is it? I can lend you an oilskin if you're looking to keep this up.
Typical nobles. Cowering rather than join in the fight.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
Same way they never heard about us, I expect.
There are
The
new
Empire's
villains
suppressing.
being posted every day, but not enough swords to see to them.
August.
Clive!
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't him, and if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. Normally, it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back. Something's getting him down. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he...
Sure.
Knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be.
All right, now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, wait a bit.
The Blacksmith Blues.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Always something in there.
No, there isn't always something I
I wasn't expecting you back so.
Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw, that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamored sort left this on this nightstand. May it serve you better than him, a busy courtesan. So that's from the dame.
Here you are.
Or one of the dame's men.
Come
15
again.
more for
I
the
may
next
have more
bit.
for ya.
Okay. So, Clairview in Sonbrec. And Broken Hilt in Rosaria.
A part of me thought Drake's head might be the last crystal we ever cracked. But I'm glad I was wrong.
I'm trying to remember, where's Claire's view? It's just south of it, so it's somewhere in Clairview.
Keep them pilchers nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
Come on.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, it's the wind elemental.
Be safe.
Aruna.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy.
Help me, boy.
for one more. Harry, go.
Nice try.
Almost there. One more. Dope. So the Clairview Sombrec bounty is done. Awesome.
Rest well. I know I will.
I want to check one thing out. There's new stuff at Lost Wing. We'll check that out. I think that'll be the last thing we're going to do for this stream.
Good day to you.
Sid. They call me Sid.
The crystals we get from the tailor all but worth.
We haven't much, but you're free to look. I hope it's to your liking.
That's really cool.
Here's what we agreed on.
Sell 100 sharp fangs. For 200. Yeah, it's 200 sharp fangs.
Could never have too many. I hope it's to your liking.
Yeah, I like that. 20% boost to ability point gain. That's big.
If you ever need a room, Sid, just say the word. I'll have a bed made up while you eat. And that goes for your friends, too.
Good to see you, Sid, as always. Master Quentin's out back.
Hello, Sid.
And what brings you to the Hanged Man today? If
How are
you
the
must
vineyards?
know,
Fall of Drake's Head has not been kind. Your man Nigel's top dressing for the soil has prevented our grapes from withering. Once again, we're in your debt.
regrettably,
It appears that your tireless war on the crystals has served to diminish the efficacy of magics. To compensate, the bearers of my care now feel compelled to redouble their effort, this knowing full well they're under no obligation whatsoever to use that talent. But by doing so, they only hasten their march to a painful end.
lest you wonder. Yes. Until next time, Sid.
I love that I'm just Sid. Fast travel here, then probably fast travel up to Eastfall and do the Broken Hilt. Yeah, the Broken Hilt is right by.
Stay sharp. We don't know when those bastards will be back.
I remember you. You're the one who saved Norris way back when. He's doing well, you know. Send me a letter. Got a little place of his own down by the border, where no one will ever find him. Touch wood.
Touch wood, I like that. Go check on Martha.
What did we do to deserve this?
Martha's been going around the empty houses after lights out and tidying up what the old tenants left behind, so that if they ever do come back, at least they won't come back to a mess.
What a good person, Martha.
All right, Clive.
How's the rest?
Folk round here.
No idea why the garrison attacked. Had questions,
So
wanted
I told
answers
him everything.
about what we've been trying to do for the Bears and what the Black Shields ended up doing. Some took the Empire side, said it was all my fault, and it was thanks to the folk like me the Imperials were so angry, packed up their stuff and left. Not before we made sure we'd put the wind up them bad enough they wouldn't go breathing a word.
Reckon they'd spare you?
If you found out you've been living in a bear haven the whole time, I said, seemed to do the trick. On the bright side, it did get rid of everyone who ain't prepared to put their life on the line.
This town is ours. A lot's changed since Eastpool.
Feels like nowhere in Rosario is safe. Them bastard Black Shields have been doing the rounds of the whole province, stringing up bears wherever they go.
Bearers.
Any Rosarian brave enough to object is being robbed blind, getting the axe and all.
Old Hill.
Another atrocity. By the sound of it was the same as Eastpool and the Abbey. Someone sheltering bears, word got out.
You off then?
We should have stopped them. We should have fought them off. We didn't have the
Get it, boys!
At least the music's back, you know, it's a little calmer, a little...
Thank you for sticking with us.
Well, perhaps I'd live longer if I bade this town farewell. I've grown rather fond of the old place.
We have to look after each other, don't we?
The abbot used to come to my store all the time, buying herbs and tonics. I thought he had a bit of a habit. But it was all for the bearers, wasn't it?
Ah, welcome.
Unwanted violets.
Why, you're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back, and used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. And even if they were...
Do these...
I dare say they do.
Thank you.
Perhaps I'd live longer if I bade this town farewell.
The easiest way would be to ride down there.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Martha's lot, I'd be daft to stay.
We do know one thing.
Carries on like this, I won't have any bearers left.
Welcome.
I understand. May the blessing go with you.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
Me? I saved this town twice.
Let's go. Faster!
Alright, then we fast travel to Eastpool. Turn around.
Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
Why not? Dope. That was just an endless wave of attacks. Feels good. Feels good. Very satisfying. 5 unwanted violence.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad. Or any worse, at least.
Okay. This one's gonna be a difficulty B. Perfect. There's one more little fight area before the end, right? Or no, there it is. Okay. Belphegor!
A wild wyvern. Dangerous area.
So he does 3. Come on. Good. All right, almost there.
Farewell.
Gone and done. That should push me over for both the or for the next Patron's Whisper.
Oh, there aren't any more of them.
Alright, let's deliver the scorpion tails, go speak to Blackthorn, deliver the stuff.
Did you find our mystery in...
Scorpion tails.
I did indeed.
Marvellous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this?
You wouldn't be wrong.
Alright, let's try some poisoned scorpion tails.
I present. Shan't grab a spoon, Sid.
I'm mad.
Well, it'll be too late. Odin's teeth. And yet... It takes a moment to recover. I must share this gift. I won't rest until a single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
Oh dear God, what have I done? Increases defense by 30, nice.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster.
Long time no see, Clive.
What are you doing? You meant to talk to him, not me.
First August, and now you. What's it got to do with me?
Most was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business.
Clive just wants to help, innit? Talk to him. You never know. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil, shut you up. It's nothing really. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach there, you got what you came for.
All right. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Didn't think anything could rattle him.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass, assuming you're happy to help them.
Too bloody right.
Glad to hear it.
Talk to Karen first.
Karen, Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd...
Sorry, sold it up. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it makes all his stuff to order. But the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit.
You don't know where we might find...
Like I said, he's a bit don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working the...
I see.
He did tell me something. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, There's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were... Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec.
Thank you, Karen.
At least you...
Okay.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have.
I'll leave the hunting to you. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hunting.
Good idea.
If that level worker's even half the craftsman Blackthorn says, someone's bound to have heard of him.
Use the hunt board. I just did the hunts. Come on. Come on!
I could have sworn we had a few more. Typical nobles.
Did I hear you say you're hunting on a griffin? Then I do have a build for you. A horrible one called Dozmare. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Caer Norvent, one of our order was met with a blast of wind so strong it bent back the trunks of the old oaks. The cries so terrible, he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed it was the nesting place for an elder griffin known as Dozmare.
How may I help you today, client?
I thought it was 105. 135, and it's a new orchestrion role.
All in good time, eh?
Iris Medallion, Direwolf Jess.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Between here and Caer Norvent. Oh, let me cross this off. I'm gonna head there to Cutter's Gate.
This is no time to ride. Ambrosia won't help me here. There's a big clearing here.
Okay. If I were a griffin, where would I be? Unless it's like right at Caer Norvent, which would be odd. If it's right at the base of Caer Norvent, there's a small clearing there. Yeah.
It's over.
I don't think I've been back here to this area since the main quest.
You're finished.
Get him!
Oh, it's another one of these. Chronolith is detected nearby. It's marked off now. Cool. Still don't know what they do, but I think that's the second or third one that I found. One of them is north of Martha's Rest.
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
There it is. Dosmar.
The work will have to wait.
Ogle, look sharp.
Oof, that hit hard. Good. Drag it down.
To me, boy.
Nice try.
Oh. Good.
Help me, boy.
Done. Dozmar, the Griffin, done. Now I'm pushed over the top for the Whisper. And I leveled up to 30. And I got Scarletite, one of the hardest metals known to man. Exorbitant price.
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man?
Blacksmith Blues.
Are you all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of it.
Not so lowly from what I... Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Car...
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought
Nope.
a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a... She's...
It's not her who...
Well, consider me...
You should be. He's a master of his art.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tan, and I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow... Actually...
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make. If your man's as skilled as...
You sure?
Well... And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is.
In that case?
I'd be much obliged. Right. I've got some griefs to make. You send your blacksmith, Mark.
Will do.
Where are you based out of? Hey, do you want to come teach a lesson about leather making?
Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's...
Yeah, you get to keep the Griffin. What is that? Alright, this will be the last thing I do. Went on about 40 minutes longer than I wanted to because of these side quests. Then I'm gonna make some dinner. And I'll be back in a little bit to continue playing. Probably about an hour from now.
That monster's taking quite a liking.
And with a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer.
Bloody busybodies, the both of you.
Mm-hmm.
How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him? Or did...
I found him. And he asked me to give you this.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it a good few times too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that. Oh, this is fine work.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Here, Clive.
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? It turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chest.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Still, I'm glad you found him.
That was the idea. Clive's idea. Anyway, he did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nice. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing.
That's good. Good job, August.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. It wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted. I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive.
Good for you, bud. Ain't good to be losing friends. Drake Slayer's belt design draft. A recipe for a Drake Slayer belt.
Clive. So, what'll it be?
Ooh, I need Electrum. Which is a reward for... That looks like... the Moogle quests.
Anything else?
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
There are new billets being posted every day. Not enough swords to see to them.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
It used to be I wouldn't step into a tavern only to find myself overwhelmed with requests to sing of Dion the Bold or the Quirtle and the Serving Girl, but now all anyone wants to do is hear of Sid the Outlaw. You've made me a very rich man, my friend.
All yours. Best of luck out there, Sid. Oh, I wasn't expecting you back.
You can usually see... Oh, no, I can only see two.
Come again. I may have more for ya.
All right. Hey, you know what? Not bad. We got a lot done. And hopefully next time we're going to be able to start taking on rated both of those. Use Wicked Wheel in a lot of my combos. Maybe I should upgrade that. Let's do it. Alright, guys. So that's where we're going to end for now. I am starving and I got to make myself some dinner. We did have an apple, but it was a snack, really. We got a lot of side quests done. We got a lot of story. We met Sir Wade. I am so glad he is alive and well. We're experiencing a little more with our psychopathic mother, who apparently had another son. So there is another boy out there, another brother of ours, another heir. So we'll see where that ends up. I'm very curious to see what happens next. I have a theory. We're going to be crossing water in this next bit, and there's one icon we have seen neither high nor hair of, and it is the icon of water, who I believe is going to be Leviathan. And I think we might tackle that next time as we invade Ironhome, the home of the Ironbloods, and try and destroy the Drake's Breath Crystal. I am excited to see more and play more. I am going to be playing one more time today, so I'll be back in a little bit to play. If you're watching this live on Twitch, make sure you're following, stay up to date. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. I believe new episodes of this are going to come out every Monday, to Wednesday, Friday for the foreseeable future. That's how I'm switching it up. I believe this is coming out on a Friday, so the next episode will be up on Monday. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. That is all for this thing that I am doing, and I will be seeing you. Till next time, peace.